Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I go live every morning, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. That's the complete cash market. All of the times that I refer to and that are visible on my video here is Central Standard Time, so be aware of that. It's the 6th of April, 2026. Just coming off the Easter holiday. I hope you had a nice long holiday and peaceful, whatever you choose to observe. I hope you enjoyed that. Looks like the stream is trickling along. That's a good thing. And okay, so first, it's important to point out that I do trade live, and I trade live here on Bookmap. It is my live futures account through AMP, funded by me. Now, that doesn't mean that the purpose of the stream is to provide trade or financial advice. Quite the contrary, actually, because I'm not licensed to do any of that. But this is my virtual journal. So obviously, I trade live and I anticipate the trades. I narrate that, in as much detail as I can, because the only way I get what I was thinking at the moment into the stream is my voiceover. So there we are. And when I trade in IRT, which is over here, these are where I do back testing and forward testing strategies, because I only trade vetted setups, which I have vetted myself. And over here, for example, restart. That's kind of a busy looking mess there, huh? There we go. Over here, if the system, when I open it, takes any one of these initial balance trades, this will be done within the simulated environment here in IRT, because I'm not confident enough with my ability to to code this stuff to trade live. Now, no problem backtesting, but the next step to have IRT trade algorithmically is pretty complex, or seems to be so to me, so I'm not there yet. Anyway, all right, let's get on with the important stuff. First of all, numbers, eh? Well, we have several numbers out this morning. They will be out at 9 o'clock. It's the ISM, PMI, and prices right here. And they're out at 9 o'clock this morning, both of which are 3-star events. Because of the random goofiness of the weekend and the, some posts, which I will not refer to, AMP increased margins. You see in the thing up here, AMP increased the margins to 25% of maintenance overnight, just as a precaution, and they've now been reset back to normal. So there we go. This is investing.com. It is my traditional news source because I like the presentation of it, and it focuses on traditional economic reports and numbers. Also, if you notice, the event titles change to a URL if you hover over them, and you can click on that and find out all you wanted to know about ISM non-manufacturing prices. You can filter this and my other news source, which is Financial Juice, for any reports or anything that you want. So that's not a problem. And they are free, as you can tell by the ads flowing all over the place. And I keep them that way because I think it's important for anybody that visits the stream. I want to try to make sure that any resources I use are available to everyone best I can. Can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT because you got to pay for them, but there you go. Obviously, there's earnings and things. This does a lot of features that I like. Well, this might be the reason for a bump, but it's just at 749. The market's been, going up all night with just by the dips. I don't know why. I guess, some random bizarre tweets are a reason for encouragement to the markets. I don't get it, but there you go. This is Financial Juice. It is also free. You can filter it for wherever you are, as you can investing.com. The difference here and the reason I have Financial Juice up is these random events up here. They will never be reflected in investing.com because they're not typical traditional economic reports or releases or events. However, it's pretty obvious to me, and I suppose anybody that's not living under a rock, that these kinds of opportunities for, in this case, Trump to get around a microphone and a camera could have an impact on our auction. And I really appreciate that because I believe in this current environment, we're not really day traders as much as we are risk managers. Your primary job as a trader today is to preserve your account. The only way you can preserve your account is risk management. You can't manage risk or mitigate risk if you aren't aware of it. And therefore, I like these heads up. And then over here is a squawk box deal. So there's that. Okay. Let's get on with the pre-market. Well, what did we do? We had for Good Friday off, obviously. We had non-farm payroll release on Good Friday morning, and it was ridiculous. And everybody all over the news is agrees that it was completely ridiculous. And so hopefully some reason will prevail and they will try to rein in this lack of accuracy and essentially, truth on the reporting, because that's one of the main reasons why the American markets have always been so dependable and so well invested in by everyone in the world, because there was a rule of law, there was no political involvement, reports, numbers, and everything were truthful. Now that that's not the case, I'm worried. And that's been being reflected in the bond markets also. So here we are, overnight. We're looking to open within range, within value from Thursday. This is Thursday, remember. I scrubbed out the Good Friday data. So this is from Thursday night, starting at 1700 last night, and here we are. I would suspect that the inventory is 100% long, essentially, except for this little dip right here. I would be looking for some responsive selling to take profit. However, they have done so, and now they're kind of building a zipper across here right on the POC. Pretty balanced distribution. Little hump down here from the Asian session, and then this is London, essentially. Well, not really, because this is 1800. They brought them up here, so that's Asia. This is, by the way, this is IRT, Investor RT, and the first thing to point out is that any of the Investor RT charts here, in the header, you can see the chart name, which doesn't mean anything to anyone, but the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. All very important right up here in all of the charts. Now, these are the micros because that's what I'm trading at the moment, and these are the minis, which I also trade, but not currently, not right now, for reasons I'll talk about it when we get into backtesting. This is the This is the ES micro, the NQ micro, the ES micro high time frame chart, which I refer to as my micro composite. And this is the market profile, which I just leave on the minis. I don't change this back and forth. So let's look at the higher time frame, which is always the way to start, in my opinion. This is school run Monday, by the way, so I got to keep remember to make sure the girl's on track. Every Monday and every Wednesday, I have a school run at 9 o'clock. It takes about an hour. So there you go. These are it's the micro daily chart, and this is the RTH daily session. So these are 1 day bars, candles, wherever they overlap, like right here. I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a high and low volume node, and it generates the micro composite VPOC. Now, somebody may have a difference in opinion of how to do this, and that's, this is not my way or the highway. This is the way I am doing things now. I'm really open to any suggestions for trading or comments or whatever else. I think it's great, a collaborative effort. But I do things like the micro composite. I think it's important to stick with the process. So this is exactly how I do it. Right here, there was no overlap. So that's the end of that volume, that micro composite. Here we have the island top and we overlap. So now this is included. That's all there is to it. And this is not, oh, wait a minute here. I don't want that. I want that one. And that's how it works. Now these red and green lines that I just turned on, they are the high and low volume nodes, which will push automatically to Bookmap. So will the session prices. Okay. Now, this is Bookmap, and you can see Blue Boy over here, which is just a vertical line, boom, that I put on the first print of every session. And that serves as a visual cue for me. If I glance left and I can see this guy over here, I know that this is the entire overnight session, because here's current data and there's Blue Boy. So that's the entire session. If you had to look back at this and you were a rear view mirror guy, you'd go, well, we're buying the dips and we're buying every one of the VPOC migrations here. Well, yeah, it would have worked out great. Anyway, so that's where we are at this moment. Now, from the right, this is the dome or the price ladder, order book, whatever you want to call it. This is resting liquidity, and these are prices. I'll be right back. All right, where was I? So the order book, resting liquidity. These are the micro composite levels, which I enter manually, POC, etc. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through today at 1600. Now, this is not the ETH. This is the full session of the Globex. And here is the RTH, which will reset. Delta and volume profiles should reset at 8:30 this morning. This is my statistics column, which is important to me. And we'll do that in a minute. And these are session prices pushed from IRT. I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday. And if anybody, if you would like them, free, so no problem. Just drop something, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I will hook you up. It's a CSV link from Google. I push them up to Google Drive, and then you can put these in Cloud Notes or these line indicators or which your software of choice. Now, notice there's no indicator on my book map or IRT. There's only a few lines, and they are all price, probability, and volume driven. POC, point of control. Nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, we've traded 4,271 contracts at 62, whatever this is, 26 half. And the minute that some other price is 42.72, that's where this is going to go. Simple as that. There's a Globex VWAP, VWAP, volume weighted average price, and there's an RTH, and there's an RTH mid. So real simple, as I said. Now, the statistics are easy to do, and there's only two criteria to determine the open type. The first thing I do is change the title of the column to the open type expected for the day. And what is that? Well, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? And I can assure you that it is below us. You can see right over here, this is a close. How would that open type compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the RTH high. Here we are. So we are, there's the previous RTH high right here. Here we are. So we are higher in range, not out of range, okay? So we're going to change this column title to higher in range, and I'll tell you why I do that. Strictly selfish. So when I look at a screen snap or the stream to review my, the journal here, and I see this column title, I know exactly what the relationship was in it. I don't have to think about it. I just know. Next, we're going to clear the column here, the notes, because these statistics prices are from the other day. So we want to clear all the notes, and we're going to establish new ones, determine the new statistics today. And they're real simple. First of all, let's make sure we're correct. Okay. So we know that it's going to be higher in range today. And the way this system works is very simple. It looks back at the most recent 1,710 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher in range, 528 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times. Overnight volume point of control, 80.7. Drum roll, please. There you go. That's all there is to it. Now I'm going to do another thing that I do every morning, which is a snap that I post in the TLab. And bear with me. This is why I stream my journal, because I don't multitask worth two hoots in hell there. Okay, get rid of it. Now that's the TLab, and this is the snap I post every day at about 8:20, just to give anyone in there values that they don't. If they don't have the same kind of charting, they have pretty much every level they want to think about. I didn't fill in these previous levels up here, and I've rebooted a couple of times. But I'm not, I'm tired of messing with it. So let's get back to the statistics. I'll tell you about the TLab in a second. Higher range. So the next is the overnight mid 74.5. And that's right here. And the overnight high, 74.5 also. Oh, 74.6. Overnight mid is 74.6. Sorry about that. I mean, so what, huh? But hey, if you're going to do it right, right? Overnight high, 74.6. Pretty funny, huh? Now, stop and think about it. You'll recognize immediately that these are probabilities, not hard, fast targets or lines in the sand. Here is 74.6 overnight mid. Here is 74.6 overnight high. But guess what? Overnight volume point of control is sitting here at 80.7. Well, if we're going to get through these levels to get up here for this one, we're going to get through 80.7 first, right? So there you go. Make sure you understand that these are just previous close, IB high. I don't see any of that stuff. And these values are kind of out of whack because of the holiday. Now, the IB high and low are here in the middle somewhere. This sucks. Overnight low is 49.2. I don't know why it's doing that, but I'm tired of jacking with it, actually. I know that the IB high is in the middle of these values. I mean high and the IB low, because that's how these things work. But that's how I have these indicators set up. But they're not showing up over here right now. Okay. God damn. Come on here now. Be nice to me. I'll deal with these levels in a minute. The statistics. There we go. The IB high and the IB low, which are, this should be the IB high right here. Previous IB high should be right here. And what I'm going to do is throw that level in there just for grins. And that is 67.6. And I'll tell you why. Because I always add these initials, and the reason I do that, the minute we open, the IB high will move to the top of price, and the IB low will come just below it. The IB levels, which are all old micro market profile terms, simply mean they simply represent the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So here's the previous RTH. Let's see what that one is. It's 67.4 also. So go 67.4 PPOC. Yeah, it's holidays screw everything up. What can I tell you? Or they screw everything up that I've got going on. All the levels and the weirdness. IRT's not been playing nice lately. So here's settlement. There's overnight high, POC, mid, previous POC. We've got the lows below us. These are developing value area highs and lows. Now the next thing that might be pretty important, I'm sure you'll agree, is to be able to trade. And the way you do that with with Bookmap is you must activate the trade control panel here and select a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. And that is right here. So if you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the chart column. Dome is the dome columns, and both is, yep, both of them. There you go. Now, I do a few things in the meantime. I first have selected the proper statistics, and I want it pushing to my AMP journaling thing. I will select multi-brackets. This is where I apply the risk-neutral methodology to my trading. And the minimum risk-neutral package size is 2 lots. It needs to be an even number. 2 lots. Then you have to decide or determine the stop loss for the entire package. And right now, 1 minute before the open is not the time to be doing that. Should have been long ago. Account risk is my suggestion for the first priority. Volatility of the instrument, etc. Once these are determined, the first take profit target is automatic because it's for half of the package and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. And then there's a runner, and you can have however many you want, all the different sizes you can dream up and to fit your account. There's also an execution pro down here, which is pretty handy. You can have, trailing stops and break even and many things like that. Now I'm going to close this off, and I want to point out that now that I've selected the package, I don't need these trade control panel tools anymore. So I can, and I have all the metrics here represented at the top. So I can click this button again. I get cancel, close, I get my real estate back, and we're ready to trade. Now, we're going to open in 15 seconds, and the first thing I'm going to do is turn off the trade control panel here because I won't be trading before I leave for the school run. I'm not going to be in the middle of a trade when that. So here we go. And we're going to open. Let's open. We open on time and target, and it's going to be right now. And it didn't reset, so that's pretty exciting. And that I did with my mouse, so irritating, but there you go. The next order of business here will be to change the charting in IRT from full session to RTH session only. And I'm going to do that again. And over here, there we go. And then save. And then the mini tab, same story. The reason for this is to keep the proper relationship between the value area high and low and the developing value area high and low, and some of the session price levels. Okay, I got to make sure Tam's up and moving. Making sure she's going. Yeah. Hey, morning, Antonio. To-do man. Well, I don't know if you've been following this Easter thing, but crazy is reigning supreme over here right now. Gee, mini Christmas. Did you see the tweet from the Dark Lord this morning, or over the Easter tweet of all things? So yeah, it's got the whole place is shook up apparently. Pretty goofy. Margins are reset as I put there in the chat. Not that it affects you, but there you go. And there we have the initial balance highs and lows. Remember, the high and the low are just brackets around price, and this is obviously needs to catch up here. These values are pushed, as I said before, in the pre-market from IRT to this cloud note column and over here. Yeah. Look at all this. Settle, IB high, IB low. Everybody's stacked on top of each other. That's not a good thing. We'll see what happens. We'll see how they play out here. Yeah, it's just amazing. Yes. What are you gonna? Yeah. Enough said. Me too. I hope everything's going well with your, ease into this. Well, if we ever get through with all this craziness with your account and your live trading, congratulations once again. Well, I still haven't got them quite even to the tops up here, which is kind of disappointing, but this data, these values push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. The data for the flags and these levels here is the same exact data pushed at the same time from IRT. Sometimes they will get out of sync because the refresh times on the cloud note column and the indicator are different. And we'll see how quickly this thing makes up. You notice on IRT over here, everything's as it should be. So no surprises there. As far as the levels go, I have the advantage of being able to, I'm standing here looking at these two monitors at the same time. So I have a little disadvantage. I have an advantage, I guess you could say. Make sure that everything's working. Yep. What's going on now? I did a bunch of homework over the weekend, of course. What the hell is going on? Huh. Okay. The IRT pushes this data over here to Bookmap every 30 seconds. So, and then how quickly Bookmap updates it is another story. It's every minute is the smallest refresh time I can set on these cloud note columns. So, you know, this ought to be up here, obviously, because that's the that's the high. And by definition, we know that the IB high and the IB low are nothing more than the marker for the high and low of the first 1 hour. And school run Monday, baby. And whoa, I haven't done my job. You know who's missing here on the team? Blue boy. Come on, you devil, get over here. There we go. Once again, if you missed the pre-market, this is the nothing more than a visual clue or cue for me. If I can keep this in sight at the left of the screen over here, I know that I have the whole session in view so far, because this is the active data column, and if I've got Blue Boy over here, I have the whole session. That's just a line I put on the first print of each session. And where did the overnight go? And there you go. There's the overnight. So that's all of the overnight session, the ETH. Now here we go with the RTH. Nothing special, nothing secret, just like everything else I do is keep it simple, stupid. Here we are now. The IB high and low have caught up with volume. That's good. Delta, that's good. So if you're a genius, you got the IB swings here, and you've now retired. 20 points pop there. Got to figure out a way to catch these opening swings, I tell you. I did a bunch of code goofing around over the weekend as usual, and have done some stuff that was kind of different. This is how I'm looking at the opening stuff now. It's a full session. So I have these golden high and low of the Asia session. The green reflects London, and red is New York. So here is, there's the Asian session high and low. There's London, and now we're just started printing. Now we're just started printing. Let me turn this off for a second. We just started printing the RTH. I'm looking at this line that shouldn't be here, to be honest with you. And this is the opening range, 30 minutes. You can tell those up here. There's the opening range period. There's the max range limit. You know, stuff like that. This would be the risk involved. If I took the opening range fence trade, that's how many points would be risk. And there's a 16-second lag. Well, isn't that lovely? Now, this is another one I'm doing, which is kind of interesting. I'm just started doing here. This is a weekly volume profile. You'll see how this plotted out through the entire week. I'm interested to see how that works out and how the relationships compare through the week. Opening range trade, or the initial balance. I better get that going, I guess, hadn't I? Let's put that system over here. Ooh, come on, baby, come on. There you go. Come to daddy. Now, again, I mentioned this in the pre-market, but these, any forward testing or back testing here, come on, you son of a bitch, in IRT is in the simulated environment because I'm not code monkey enough to be doing that with my own money. That's for damn sure. This is the initial balance trade system that I've coded up. And I will first make sure that it's not over here already. Doesn't look like it is, okay. And I'm now going to send this to the chart. And that just simply means that these values will be plotted over here. And when I want them to be, I'm going to turn them off now because I don't like those lines zooming all over the place. In other words, what will happen here, this chart has nothing to do with the trading system, except that it gives me a visual heads up as to what the hell is going on. So that's the way it works. See what and if it's happening, what and where I think it should. And then the system will be taking the trades here based on the live data over here. And this guy's the same idea. And again, simulated. Okay, so there you are. And I'm getting this ahead of the school run, right? Because I don't, I'm going to be dusting off here a little before 9. What's going on now? Let's see here. Where are we? Oh, 9 o'clock is the ISM, manufacturing prices, and PMI. And they are both at the top of the hour. So that's the 2 3-star events for the day. Hey, Anton. Morning. Crazy weekend. I hope you had a pleasant holiday. Didn't read the tweets or anything. Jesus. Nutcase guy. All right. So, lovely swings here. If anybody's, got that rearview mirror working out, that would be super duper. I got to do this. It doesn't seem to want to do the VWAPs anymore. So I just resigned myself to the fact that I'm going to have to do this and every day for whatever reason until I don't, I guess. The part that's so amazing to me is the Globex. This thing has been resetting itself automatically since November 25, and as was my RTH. But something happened when we did the time change. I don't know. So anyway, I've given up. I just do that every morning and not worry about it. So I'm the rearview mirror guy here, and I'm rich, and I'm, retired. So I'll see you guys in Mexico. Jesus, 18 to 42. So we got about a 20 handle IB so far in the first 15 minutes, and news at the top of the hour. What else am I doing right or wrong here? Let's see. The margins been reset. Day ray, I don't know. supposed to be rate, obviously. Here we go. Why in the world the market thinks it's a great opportunity to be rallying, I don't know. I guess there's talk of ceasefire in Iran. I don't, got no idea. The number for non-farm, which I did stream if you didn't watch that, or I know Anton was around, but Antonio, if you're curious, I did stream the non-farm payroll on Friday morning. Completely ridiculous number out of left field, and all the news stuff I see from the financial sites are, what in the hell do these guys think they're doing? Everybody knows that that was not an accurate number. It's really disappointing. But I guess it falls in line with the short news cycle and the yeah stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Other than it's disappointing to not be able to rely on those numbers. So welcome to the stream. This is my virtual trading journal. I'm going to be off on the school run Monday and Wednesday at 9 o'clock, so we're here for about an hour. That's why I do not have the trade control panel active, because I don't want, Cat Lucky thinks it's pretty cute to come through here and type, while I'm away. He means well, but, and I would suspect volatile day. There's crazy news. Always be aware of the risk, geopolitical news risk. That's just ever present and seems to be have more impact on the markets. We do have numbers out this morning, the ISM non-manufacturing prices and the ISM PMI at 9, top of the hour. About 13C here today. So had a lot of rain over the weekend, really good for the ground. Except I was a lazy pig on Friday and on Saturday and didn't mow the lawn and all the stuff. And then, of course, it's rained like hell Saturday afternoon and Sunday, so I have not been able to do that yet. Oh, so it goes. So it goes. Well, we did have a little responsive selling. And now we're just coming back in balance. I can't say that that's really responsive selling. I would have typically expected it to get down into this POC, at least to, cover this pump up here. I don't, here we are today. There's, Friday and Thursday, or I'm sorry, Thursday and Wednesday. Why, except notice that we're just banging our head on this consolidation right here. The 39s, what have we got for naked POCs? So we got that naked POC just above us up here, but I'm not seeing that one. 54s, I guess. A lot of lines, a lot of red out there. Oh, come on, man. I'm going to restart IRT here and try to get away from this freaking lag story before I leave. I've got 5 minutes to go. So irritating. Oh, well. Hi, baby girl. She's on track. At least she's moving. Not sure whether that's sleepwalking or what. But here we go, out the top. So we've taken out the stats. Gotta adjust this one down here because this is not cheating now because these are values, right? And I want them to be accurate. This is the overnight volume point of control, and that was the statistic before we opened. So there you go. I want the recording and the streams or screen snaps to be accurate if possible. And here we go, poking our nose towards the top up here. God knows the fantastic, everything's coming up roses with the economy, apparently. Okay, seems like we're lag free here now. That's a good thing. Oop. There we go. And let's look at this one here. These are the minis. Oh, okie dokie. Well, they popped out that POC. Let's see here. We do the save thing. All right. Here we go. All right, I'm going to be stepping away for the world famous school run here. I'll put on some wake you up music. Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm not sure what investing whatever this is, Financial Juice does. This is the second day I've noticed this. They got 730 and 1400. This, I'm assuming, were from yesterday because obviously it's not 1400 or 1930, So I'm assuming that they just don't put down the Sunday stuff and they pull these events into today, I guess. So screaming. Yeah. And these are the numbers that to be expected at the top of the hour. So watch yourself. Non-manufacturing prices and PMI. There you go. Now we'll do this. Okie doke. All right, I'm gonna be, I'm gonna do, school run stuff, right? It's gonna require pants and things, things like that. I gotta get organized here. All right, you guys make a pile of money while I'm gone, and I'll be back directly. Let's see, I've got Bookmap and Trade Control Panel off, so Lucky won't be, working on his college fund. That's a good thing. We're going to come up here and take his IB high some more. I'm guessing they're going after the overnight high for whatever reason. Or they're getting everybody long in advance of the PMI numbers. ISM numbers, so keep both of those in mind. Leaving on here now. And I'll be back in about an hour. Wow, that was quite the bump on the PMI, huh? So far we haven't hit the door yet, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, Houston traffic is always a it's a rodeo to say the least. Quite the bump. Well, there's the overnight high and a pop to the top, and yeah. That's one of those V reversals that would have been the short of the century, huh? Maybe. I'm gonna be heading out here pretty quick, I hope. Oh, wait a minute. Got to do the bands here. Let's do the first and second. These are the two standard deviations away from the RTH VWAP. So there's 1 and 2. That doesn't look right. There's VWAP, and there's 1 standard deviation. I guess there hasn't been enough movement in it yet. Huh. That doesn't strike me as very right, but I guess it is. I have not updated to, I'm still running something. I'm still running version 7.6.0 build 30, and there is a new 7.7 build something or another out. But I heard from a couple of the guys that it's got some issues with the add-ons like the break-even line and some of the stuff which I actually do use don't work. So I will not be updating that until I discover that that stuff works. I mean, you know, the 1 or 2 things that I do like about Bookmap is the way that it plots trades for the purposes of the stream here to be transparent and, you know, understandable. All right, I hear movement, so I'm going to head for the door, I think. Have a good one. I'll be back in about an hour. Watch the, hope you guys got shorts. So again, look at her go. Well, it looks like a whole lot of nothing happened while I was gone. That's that's about a balanced market if I ever saw one. Wow. Look at there. That's amazing. Yeah, it was amazing. I actually questioned whether it was really a holiday. There was no traffic on the road. It was a pleasant morning. It's about 13°C, sunny, clear, and no traffic. It was great. But I would have no idea why, but that was it. Hey, Panda, what are you doing? What are you doing? Did you miss that? And what you? Huh. Well, I'm kind of amazed here. So, what in the hell going on here? Well, there you have it. Pretty amazing. That big blip got us the IB high. Is that right? Well, incredible. Well, I would suggest, be real careful. Now we are well into the initial balance period. And that is, of course, the statistic that's watched by many right here. So today it's a 98.4% probability that the IB high or low will be revisited at some point between 9:30 and 1600 Central Standard Time today. In other words, in the balance of the RTH session, meaning that it's a 2.6% probability that neither one will be taken out. 1.6. Now that is, that's pretty slim, but it's not 100%. And in recent memory, the last couple of months, we've had 2 or 3 of those. I don't believe with that high a probability, but there you go. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Well, there was one trade triggered on this IB thing. This is a right here, and it was a 77 tick loss. Huh? That can't hardly be true, can it? 49 to 18, well, that's one hell of an IB. Basically 30 handles wide. My. And that's the problem with these initial balance trade setups that I'm finding. I've kind of made it a mission to go through and pick out all these, YouTube, oh, this is the best trade I've ever had in a million years, retire, blah, blah, blah. And I code them up exactly as the rules are described. And there isn't any of them that, in my opinion, are tradable. I mean, they may have, a limited profitability over a long period of time, but the thing that most I find don't pay attention to, in the case of this one, for example, is the risk. So, and I'm not on some mission to be CoffeeZilla, but I'm taking advantage of them Yeah, that's for damn sure, Anton. I'm taking advantage of, I'm trying to do some stuff like be able to learn, streamline my coding. The reason I'm having a problem, or in my opinion, what I've identified as my problem for vetting setups, is that it takes me so damn long to come up with the proper code or system. Like this is what took me a long time to develop this one for just the initial balance, and so I'm trying to come up with some others. And this is a new idea here. This I'm gonna change something here right now. I'm gonna change that. There we go. Get rid of all those freaking lines. So this is a new idea that I've come up with, which I think is kind of very interesting. This is the low and the high of Asia, the low and the high of London, and similar for New York. This is a weekly profile, which builds through the week. And the idea is, taking liquidity from one or the other seems to be something that's important, a lot of these, so I thought I would have a watch here. This is not right. There we go. And it took me a long time to convert the code of the fence, the opening range, and the opening range fade to this full session, and still only be trading in the RTH session. Next step I would do, I guess, is to look at, who knows, maybe it's better, maybe it's more profitable in the long run to trade Asia. What the hell do I know? I'm trying to not make any prejudices, So that's where we are. That's what's going on at this point. That's what's burning my rope at both ends. This is truly a unique day here, huh? Wow. Oh, we don't need to have, where to go, that one. That's just opening range. Yeah. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was a holiday. That's what I was saying about the roads here. I actually asked him, I said, "Are you sure this is not a holiday? You have school today?" No, I didn't have any opportunity. Jorgensen, those guys, everybody was kind of, to the four winds for the holiday. But I'm going to pin Jorgensen or Harry down and see if I can get some more specificity on that, because I did. Well, you don't have Bookmap anymore. The only way I can replay and trade, IRT's replay just does, sometimes it actually works and sometimes it doesn't work at all. And I've not figured out, whether it's I got the wrong shoes on or who knows what. The only accurate, okay, I'm just going to backtest it, backtrade this, replay and backtrade is Bookmap. And I do that frequently. I pick a day long in the past that I don't remember at all, and I have IRT closed, so I don't see what the try to not cheat best I can, and set it all up like normal and trade it. And I was going to ask those guys a question about doing something similarly and maybe anybody can answer this, I don't know. But I mean, with no money, with just back testing, which is strictly just a sim thing, back trading, a market that you don't remember. I mean, I noticed this weekend that it was a struggle for me to just end up with 100 ticks, which I think is bad news, actually. Trying to pre-think, think all this stuff out, and then I see these other people that are taking way bigger bites out of the market, and I wanted to ask those guys if anybody ever does that, and is it a breeze for them to just make say 100 ticks, whatever, 50, 100 ticks, or is it a struggle? I want to try to find that out. Maybe I'm just a dunce. Something happened there or somewhere. I don't know. So that's, that's where that's at. So this is just 1 point high that we have right now, and here's the market. The entire session so far with old blue boy over there. So I guess this would be this is a consolidation, but it's a pretty big one. Is this a breakout and a retest? When it comes up here, are you supposed to go short? What I'm finding seems to work on my replays is when I'm trying to identify this bar thing and trade it, for these consolidation and then breakout and retest is only go in the direction of context. Now today, that would be a hands-off day, right? Because there's really no context. But does that mean then that breakout and retest thing doesn't work in a rotational environment? Yeah, I need to. I'm real anxious to try to get somebody nailed down. Probably not before a weekend from the feeling I got last time. And then I've been spent the weekend. I always try to listen to something that I'm, either Richard Feynman or something physics. Or this weekend I got into a string of Tom the Trader's. His live. He trades live. One thing I got to say for the guy, he trades live. I besides he wrote that book, Best Loser Wins, and has a lot of philosophy presentations and stuff, but he does have a whole bunch of stuff where he trades live, and his school run, the school run setup and all that kind of stuff. That's nothing more than an opening range breakout on 30-minute chart. But the thing about the guy is that I quickly noticed is thinking, well, that would be an interesting guy to just try to trade along with. You get a 50-point stop in the NASDAQ points. Well, that's a little rich for my blood. Now he does take a lot of risk and stuff, but that's pretty dramatic risk. I don't know how I would think about that, but I like his humor and I like his approach, his just demeanor and whatnot. Now 50 points, not ticks, points. Big difference. And he also does all of his P&L and all of his trade stuff in dollars or pounds, which is hard for me to think about. But the school run, I identified it pretty definitely, and from several of his things, it is absolutely, and he even says it's just nothing more than a momentum trade, what it is it's an IB 30 breakout, opening range 30. Essentially, it kind of a variation on it, because he enters on the high or low of the second 15-minute bar. And that doesn't necessarily, or I've not seen him specify that it has to be the high of the first 30 minutes or just that second bar. So that's one of the reasons I was breathing life back into these old, the opening range trade and the opening range fade, so that I could keep going with that whole idea. Tom the Trader Tom, I think is what he calls himself. It's Tom Holgaard from Denmark. So now have we, you see, this would be where I would start wondering is, okay, here's a consolidation, quite obviously. Here's a breakout. Is this a retest? Are these retests? And is it breaking down? Or is this the breakout and here's the retest? Or, you know, in alignment with the VPOC migration? I think today is a good day to be real careful. And I find it kind of weird that the one standard deviation is so close. And the two, I would have thought they'd be more equal. Wonder why that is. I don't know enough about calculation standard deviation to know if that makes sense or not. So everything else is as I expect it to be here. This would be pretty handy to have if I could code well in Python. You code up whatever kind of a strategy you want and use the API. Yeah, otherwise this is very definitely the hell would they be waiting for here, I wonder, to see if Trump's gonna start World War III tomorrow again, or, you know, bump it up with his rhetoric for the weekend. It's supposed to be tomorrow, I guess. I guess that would be a reason to stand by and wait, I guess. That would make sense. I couldn't quite understand why the market was so excited and in such a good mood for risk on last night. But pretty clear, I don't think like they do, I guess. I don't know. And that's not a good thing, and I don't know what to do about it. That cost me a lot of money and basically my account in 911. Not thinking the right direction. So I need to get over that. I can't believe we're just 1 point high here. And 30 handles, but still. Or more than that because of that big spike over here on the news. On the relays, PMI relays. That's where we spiked up for the IB high. 64, 62, ooh, say 64 or 60. I'm sorry, 66, 62. Jesus, dyslexia is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Basically 50 handles wide on the IB. Well, one thing's for sure, you can bet there's a giant, gonna be a giant batch of retail soup, because boy, all those boys and girls that can't stop clicking that mouse are likely being chopped up. Now, of course, if you're real good at it and get in the swing, you know, short, long, short, long, short, you're doing just great. That is not something I'm trying at this point. There's not any structured trade there for me, or vetted trade for me. And I'm trying to stick to that rule. Anything going on I'm missed out on or something? And I don't understand what's going on with financial juice. I mentioned this morning. It's like I assumed that this was from Sunday, but you know, seems pretty. And now this was the top of the list here when I left, and now this has come back in. Well, why isn't 1440? If this is Sunday, why isn't 1440 below 1400? It makes no sense. Looks to me like they're just kind of half-assing it, and then at 1700 he's going to be talking with the military. I'm not sure what that's all about. Well, they are whipping up some retribution, it looks to me like. You know, Iran's 90 million plus people in a big country and been in the same regime for 45 or 7 or something years. And spiritual mindset, I would really, I don't think they're going to just roll over quick. And I think that there's going to be a real shitstorm here hit one of these minutes. I thought it was going to be Easter, frankly, because, you know, turnabout's fair play for bombing them and then killing the spiritual leader and all that stuff. But maybe not, but. You keep kicking a sleeping dog and you're liable to get bit real bad, I think. NATO should be ashamed. Yeah, he's talking now, you see. What's the 6th, right? Yeah, Trump is talking now, and none of that is being captured here in the calendar on, oh, maybe I gotta refresh this or something. None of this is being captured in the calendar here. Well, what's this now? This is all different. Okay. Speaks with the military at noon. That's completely different. Wow, do you see that? Just by refreshing it, now he's going to do something. But he's busy talking now, because here's a whole bunch of stuff about NATO and everything at 10 something. So mind your risk, you know. I am disappointed in Financial Juice, to be honest with you. That's the only reason I really liked it, was the fact that they were picking up these random risk events relatively accurately in the middle of the day, because investing.com does not do that. Oh well. By the way, these trades, like these opening range trades, they're just one trade a day. I have a way I can control that, so there would only ever be one. Not so on the initial balance trades. There can be more than one of those for sure. Not that there has been any signals for it yet, but just throwing that out there. What have we got for, well, this is holding fairly close. Let me see, wait a minute, hold on. Well, it was 79 at about 7:15 this morning. It was 79%. Harry asked me what the average volume was. Now we're down to 68, and we're down to a 2 3/4 points ATR on a 1 minute. Boop, boop, boop. Well, if they reach for that IB high, that would be one hell of a reach, because that's way off the top of this spike on the news. Not saying they won't, but for any new people here, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Everything I'm watching is captured on the video, and my voiceover here, or this narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. So that's the idea. It's definitely not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, and very, very open and glad to hear suggestions or comments, or yeah, you freaking mind, or stuff like that. And when I trade on Bookmap, those are live, real-time funded account by me. And on IRT, any forward or back testing is in the simulated environment within IRT, because I'm not comfortable with the coding, with my coding skills to take it to the next level of live trading algorithmically. So there's that. How's your son, Anton? I hope he's feeling better. On the mend, back in the pink or whatever. Good to have that longer break. Look at this mess. Even Antonio's VPOC migration trades are making me dizzy looking at that yellow line. Ridiculous. Yeah, this is a really good day to practice something else, trade sim if you got it. Or, get outside and get some exercise, do some push-ups or squats or something. Chase mama around the house, whatever you do. This doesn't look like a very conducive day for profitable trade. And like I said a minute ago, if you've got the skills and the timing for short, long, short, that's what it's been. It's a tight rotational day, and that pretty much says it all right there. If you've got the skills to trade that and make money on it, good for you. But if you get out of sync or you don't have the skills, much better to do that. You need to embrace the concept that there are 3 positions in trading: long, short, and flat. And they are all the most preferred option for specific times. In my case, flat is the one for today. That's for sure. And the boss is calling, so I better answer and get out there, or I'm in big trouble. Ah, great. Yeah, glad to hear that. Super. They bounce, you know, the kids, resilience is great. Well, let's see now. I had a little snack there, so I suppose the food coma will be kicking in here pretty quick. Now, this would be the kind of a day when if I could trade sim, you know, just switch this back and forth, it would be fun to basically practice trying to, you know, get into the swing and just do these short rotations, you know, kind of long, short, long, you know, I mean, short, long, short, that kind of thing I'm talking about. But I don't have that. I don't have that ability. This is only live, real money count with Bookmap, and the rhythmic data is comes through AMP, and so, you know, there you are. Really weird, nothing to do with the conversation about your son, but the illness made me think about it. I saw this really weird thing over the weekend. Apparently there's a real outbreak of a super virulent mutated strain of syphilis in Michigan. I don't remember the last time I heard about that disease, frankly. From, you know, it was talked about it when you were a kid, but when I was a kid, but I was shocked. You know, okay. Go figure. I don't know. And I would hope that it was, you know, and it wasn't some goofy random, you know, outfit that was making the report. It was, I don't know, NBC or one of those kind of ABC or something like that. So I assume it was real, but anytime I see something online, I always am hesitant to A, believe it, and B, say anything, because I think so much that it comes across online is, you know, scammed or IEI or fake or whatever else. I don't know what to think anymore, to be honest about it. That's kind of why I only look at ground news. And there was nothing about Michigan ground news. But I thought that was pretty weird. I guess it's, you know, no weird then. Pretty soon we're going to have polio again if this attitude continues in DC. I remember very clearly, vividly, when the Salk vaccine was approved and the great relief of all the people, parents, and everybody about getting their kids vaccinated. When I was, I suppose, 6 or 7, I guess. That was a bad deal, man. A lot of little children were pretty much devastated. I see something from Ned. Must be that the stuff isn't working right or something. See what the hell he's got to say. Oh, no, I guess not. I guess not. Huh. I saw something from him there, but I don't see anything from him now. Maybe, huh. Maybe those guys, I don't know enough about how Discord when I see something pop up, a notification from Discord on my phone, does that mean somebody tagged me specifically, or does that mean that somebody, I can't mean that somebody just posted something, because that I'd have a zillion of them in the TLab. Anyway, never mind. See what happens. I'll check it out in a little bit. Needless to say, I'm a real pro about all of this. Yeah, I was surprised too. It's like, like you see some article that bubonic plague is back or something. It's like, I thought that was gone a long time ago. It was strange. And like I said, maybe I didn't look at it long enough to know if it was fake news or not. So, but it was a normal source. So. And I don't live in Michigan, so I'm not worried about it. Down here, it's probably just cowpox or something. So here we are in a little tight distribution, but I don't think that any of these, I just looked at Statistic there when I was trying to find out if Ned had sent me something. I opened Discord over there. You know, it's somebody mentioning, well, these are the times when the best thing for us to do is sit on our hands, and you know that. And somebody else was, well, it's time for a walk. You know, okay, I agree. I am puzzled about the lack. My estimation generally is that it is a risk hold until they see what happens with this big threat from about tomorrow. Would be my guess. Let's see, Yemen Houthis statement, that was at 9:40. Trump speaks with military at 12 o'clock. I guess they got their thing together, and he's going to have a Passover greeting. And he's just ended his remarks at 11:06. So I guess he was taking advantage of the egg rolling ceremony to talk about all the he was trying to, people were talking about the war crimes, and he says it's a war crime to allow Iran to have nuclear weapons. Yeah, well, September you destroyed all of that stuff, and your top intelligence people say there was no threat, and so and he's not worried about targeting civilians. Well, that's a good thing. I don't think he... Oh, here's it won't be moved again, so I guess that's something to look at. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong frickin' window. I'm busy. These two morons, they had to put these people in a sack and throw them overboard. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. Great. Up and down and back and forth. So it's that's what's happening. And he's going to have another opportunity here at 12 and then at 14:30. So it's going to be just basically a news fest. Or as I like to refer to him as a snooze fest, because it's a great napathon. Great time for a napathon. Catch up. See if I can. Okay, so that explains why there's not much going on now. Yes. What does Ground News have to say? Let's see. Oh, so Petronas hired a tanker, filled it up with Iraqi oil, and had no problems coming through the Straits of Hormuz. Petronas is the national oil company of Malaysia. And a lot of my friends work there. The Twin Towers are the Petronas Towers. Yeah, right. Worked in there for 11 years. Oh, that's it. I wondered why this Savannah Guthrie, the lady being kidnapped was such a big deal. She's on the Today Show. She's Australian. I couldn't figure out why an Australian woman's mother being kidnapped. I mean, it's terrible she was kidnapped and all those things, but I couldn't understand the big news play. And now I get it. I'm not up to speed, as you might guess. I wonder if they, any of this kind of thing, like here, I wonder if anybody stops to think about the other side of the coin, What would these guys say if this was, the shoe was on the other foot here? I find it pretty, I don't know what to say, I don't know the right word. I'm not going to go out there, but pretty strange to me. So anyway, there's the only news I'm listening to, and now we're going to be even in a tighter loop, and he's gonna have another microphone moment at the top of the hour. So I think I'm gonna follow in what's his name's footsteps here, I think, and drop off for a walk or. Oh. Yeah, there's levels all over the place. Yeah. Oh, you had to hold something over the weekend? Or you just... Yeah, whatever. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad it came right for you. Wow. If you notice, I haven't even turned the trade control panel back on from going to take down because of and I don't want the cat. Not that they ever get up here and have ever done anything, but you know what I mean? I just don't want to risk that somehow. And the way I've got my hotkeys set up, it would have to be he'd have to be pretty coordinated to get the keys all going at the same time. But I figure it's just easier to stay away and stay off and stay. And then also probably a bigger problem is me clicking around accidentally, and so I'm better off this way. Yeah. Oh, well, what do we got here? So here's that opening range trade, minus 77 ticks. And the reason for that is, look at the opening range. 49 to 18, well, 30 points. Now, this particular trade is not based on my usual risk-neutral trade setup. It's based on percentages. So the way it works is the stop, when the trade is put on, first of all, there's the signal for there's two signals that qualify the entry. And then the stop is mid-range between the opening range initially. T1 is risk neutral because that is the same as risk. And then T2 is that risk again. So 2 to 1. So if you got both of them, it'd be 2 to 1. Well, you'd be clear up here for a target. I do have the facility of after T1, I can either leave the stop where it is, I can bring it to entry, or I can bring it to T1. I have those different options here in these are the different options, right? So right now this is this is the T1. No, I'm sorry. This is to entry. This is nothing at all. And this would be to T2. T1, sorry. And then let's see here if I can probably show you where these are. Boom. Okay, so here's the way it works. You see it on entry. This is on entry. Here you are. There's the entry, and there's halfway. That's 50%. That's the risk. Here's T1. Well, in order for this to scale, it needs to get T1. And you see what happens. It came right straight back and took the stop, and that happened to be 77 ticks. Too rich for my blood to trade that thing. Now what I can do, and I didn't dare yet, but I can control that a bit in two separate ways. I can control that by the width of the opening range. In other words, instead of 30 minutes, 15 or 2 or whatever. In which case these will be, you can see how the opening range is coming down here and here and here. Well, that would greatly reduce the 50% part, also, which also reduces then the T1 and the T2. And that is the only way I see to really regulate it, right? To really adjust it so that it is and of course the other way I can do that I have also keyed up is that I have a where we go, opening range limit. So if the opening range, which is the actual opening range here, is greater than the opening range limit, no trade. So I can make this 15 or something, That's where I'm trying to go, so I have some flexibility and can actually back test these reasonably. I did a bunch of back tests over the weekend, like usual. Boop. I've had to make a bunch of changes because now I've got opening range, minutes, max. I've got the trade type. I've got the strategy. And I've got the package, and I've got something else. Trail plus entry, trade time. I entered another one, periodicity in seconds. So this is 2 minutes, and then I can do all of the trail and all those kind of things. And different opening ranges. Here's the max, and here's the minutes for the opening range. So I'm starting to be able to get some vetting or some back testing done to vet another setup. That's the plan. Oh, and I'm just amazed that I wasn't on mute that whole time. That would have been perfect. All right, well, let's get away from this damn thing. Look at that. Boy, look at that profile, and the POC's pretty damn sock up, you know. That's about as slick a Gaussian distribution you ever want to see, I think. Except for this spikeroonie right over here on the news. But yeah, pretty crazy. And there you have it. I'm sticking with my theory that it's wait and see. It's going to be risk on hold until they see what happens tomorrow, or whether that is tonight or whatever. By the way, worth mentioning the phenomenal. I mean, our military themselves are pretty phenomenal. That was quite a rescue and extraction that they made over this weekend. I mean, kudos to all of those guys and people and guys and gals, everybody. It's just that's not the problem, I don't think, at all. I think the problem is, that's the operational side, which is without question really great. It's the other side that's in question, I believe, as far as I'm concerned. Wow, we're still inside the IB. That's pretty amazing. Got real close right here, huh? Wow. Yeah, it's pretty incredible here. Wow. Huh. Well, this is about the most perfect. Look at this profile. That's unbelievable. And if it weren't for this big spike over here on that on the news, wow, pretty incredible. Now remember, the probability today that we take one or the other, IB high or low, is 98.4%. Right here. Meaning that we have 1.6% probability that we don't take either one. I think I said that wrong earlier, but yeah, 1.64, 1.6. That's pretty slim. My goodness. Well, we approached the power hour, whatever that means. And here we are. There's as close as we got right there. And that's 1.5 away. So, that's not real close, but it's pretty close. And here we are. As I said earlier, and just to repeat myself here, it's a 1.4% probability that we will not take the IB high or the IB low in this trading session, opening higher in range. And we've had two of those in recent memory, past, say, 4 months. So they do occur. This really shook some people up. You can bet on that. You can bet a bunch of people got hammered right here, trying to bet on trading in anticipation of that statistic, which is something I don't recommend. But and here's a perfect example. Basically, a V reversal. Look how close they got to there. It's within the initial balance period, and no cigar. And he's going to be talking again at the bottom of the hour. Jesus Christ. This is the day to go do something else, I promise you. There's that. He got finished. Now he's going to be doing it again. And this one is still going on. These times are in Central Standard here. That's when you filter it, that's what you get. Obviously. Yeah, me too. Not much to get back for. Look at this. There you go. 1.6% probability that we will not take either the IB high or IB low. And unless somebody does something here pretty quick, that's going to be a reality. Look at that profile. Wow. Huh? Amazing. That's incredible. Closest they came was right here, and boy, I'll bet they took out a lot of people that were trading ahead of that. And they were all excited we were going to get that IB. Yeah, that would make sense down around this area. The problem I have with a day like this is, and I've said it before in here today, I think, I'm not very good, I don't think, or I don't feel very comfortable about just, I realize somebody that's good at trading this kind of price action, a scalper kind of person. You get long, you get short, you get long, you get short, you get long, you get short, you get long, you get short. Makes good sense in the rearview mirror, but I don't seem to get them right. And that's all we're doing today is just rotating. I mean, that's obvious as a nose on your face by this profile. And there's going to be another speech at the bottom, or press whatever at the bottom of the hour. Yeah. I think in reality what they're doing is first the bond auctions keep going horribly wrong, and then they're just sitting on pins and needles waiting to see what happens tomorrow. Because there's been some talk already about, ceasefire for 48 hours or 4 weeks, or I don't know what, something. Ceasefire for something. Some amount of time, I'm not sure what it was. But then again, yesterday was, we're not going back, tomorrow's the day, whatever. I don't know. I don't know if anybody else is doing any good. Let me look around. Well, typically I would go through the back testing and the approach. I guess I can do that might as well. You know, Anthony and Tom know the drill pretty well, but for anybody that's in here, I still don't have the back testing video built, which I meant to do this weekend, but I got busy doing something else. Anyway, a couple of basics about my approach to trading, or my approach as it stands now. And this is based on methodologies used by some of the best traders in the world, apparently, that they have recognized that the market is random and that the best approach is to identify a setup or a strategy and certain rules that qualify it for an entry, and then determine that it has a probabilistic expectancy or edge or outcome or percentage or win rate, whatever you want to call it. Not win rate, because win rate is useless unless it's taken in consideration with risk reward and expectancy. So anyway, and I'm talking about Jim Simmons and Thorpe, Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, those kind of guys who are genuinely, well, Simmons is the most successful hedge fund in the Medallia, of course. Medallia Fund is the most successful hedge fund, all algorithmic, by the way, and in the world. Still is, to my knowledge. Dalio to a certain extent, Bridgewater to a certain extent follows the same methodology, but I think more discretion in there. Anyway, so and also that the reason for that is that this is a random environment. If you think about it, there's millions of participants that are interacting every second of every trading day. And when coupled with the fact that the futures business, in particular, futures market, is a zero-sum game. So that means that for every buyer, there's a seller. That's the nature of what we do. It's a contract. That's why there can be no more, no disproportionate number of buyers and sellers. There's always an exactly equal amount, because that's what we do. So every time you think you're going to sell, that you think it's going down and you put in a sell order, somebody on the other side of that, the counterparty, thinks it's going up and puts in a buy order. You might wonder who that somebody is a lot of the time and why they would be doing that. Anyway, it's a random market, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Binary. Only tick up, it can only tick down. It can't go sideways or up or down or backwards or forwards. It can only go up or down, a tick at a time. So based on that, then, I think the way to go is to do it from a probability point of view. And what I've done here is, this is what I do in IRT. I've talked about it a few times earlier today, about the fact that anything over here, any trades taken over here, are simulated in the simulated environment within IRT. That's quite different than Bookmap. The two of these don't. The only thing that the two of these programs share, Bookmap or IRT, is a rhythmic data feed. They're both operating on the same data feed. So in IRT, then, I do the back testing, and this is, for example, the trading system that I've worked up for the initial balance trade, because it was the first trade setup that I thought qualified. It happens frequently. It was every day, pretty much. There's two of them. One is for directional, or trend day, and one is for mean reversion kind of day. The IB failure is mean reversion. comes up here, fails, goes down, it's mean reversion. The other one is IB continuation, comes up here and keeps going. So that's the trend day. So that gives you 2 opportunities around the IB high and 2 opportunities around the IB low. So that made sense to me as a trade to go after, to try to define. And the rules that I came up with are just 3. There's the IB, the first is the IB statistic, that's A. Then there's, if it goes to the continuation zone or the pullback zone, that's a B. And then it pulls back to the trigger zone, that's the trigger. Simple. And these are those trades. Now this first part is housekeeping. Down here are the rules. And this is trade management. You know, entries, buy stop, short stop, T1, T2, all that kind of stuff, and end of day rules. Now, the way to backtest something or to identify that you have a real meaningful statistical edge or expectancy is to collect a data set of these exact setup and rules specifically without any discretion. And I can't stress that enough. If you try to do it manually, you have to be sure or ensure that every one of the rules, as you've decided they should be, are satisfied specifically. It can't be if the price goes up here and you know, A is up here or B is, well, it got close to the zone, but it didn't get in the zone, but I'm going to call that good. That's not any good. That particular trade can't be included in your data set. And you have to take a large enough data set to be outside the possibility of random distribution. The random distribution is most easily understood by a coin flip. I think everybody agrees that a coin flip is 50-50. But is anybody surprised if you flip a coin 10 times and you get more heads than tails or tails than heads? I don't think so. That's random distribution. So what I do then is, became obvious to me, so I couldn't do this manually. Even though that's how this chart came to be. I was trying to do it manually with no rules, you know, none of these continuation or levels on the chart on anything. So I realized that in order to try to be accurate, I needed to have some visual reference for what the rules are, and these are just simple indicators that I built on this chart in order for me to try to figure out. For example, this could easily be misconstrued if you were taking a data set for the IB, right? But it's not. It didn't get there. So that's a perfect example. Anyway, long story short, this is this backtest system. I set it up, and IRT has this functionality built into it. So here's the instrument, contracts, the system. How many days back do I want it to look? 500 days. These are the reports I want to have generated. Okay, now when I click OK, it's going to go back and the computer will go through every bar and backtest and evaluate every one of these rules over every bar. Now, there are some things that I can set up along the way. For example, I can set it up if there's going to be, in this case, there's a 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1, 48-tick T2, and when T1 is achieved, it's going to trail the stop to entry. Those kind of things. I can set different parameters here in this particular rule. And these are called rules because that's what IRT calls them. So when in Rome, they call them trading rules. So there you go. I call them trading rules. Now let's backtest this. Okay. So the computer has just back tested 499 days, 225,228 bars, took 9 seconds. Gross is 14,905, 872 trades, long, short, max favorable excursion, average daily adverse excursion, amount of money required, here are the 532 wins, average win 3155, 149 stops, average stops 1262. There's 41 consecutive winners, there's 5 consecutive losers. And if you want to get really into the weeds, which you very definitely should, and I do on the weekends, this is every one of 872 or whatever it is. Yeah, 872 trades. Every one of them. Going back to April 2nd, 2024. The time, the entry type, the exit type, everything about it. And the results. Now, on top of all of that, for, fun stuff, Ego Stroker, this is a chart. There's a chart of their equity curve for every trade over 500 days. So you can take that data, this data, in my opinion, this is how you approach it from a statistical point of view. And then I take it one more step and I go over here, and every one of these lines is a back test. And this is just the MES. There's a filtered, the ES stuff is filtered out of it because I have those as well. Each one of these lines, and here's stuff I was doing this weekend. Here's stuff I was doing yesterday or day before yesterday, the 4th. And I've, the fence, the opening range fence trade and the IB, and here's the original IBs, and then all of the, there's the instrument and the periodicity, what the stops and losses are, stops and T1, T2, risk, in other words, risk, and all the various parameters, whether it trails, there's no trail, or trails at T1 or whatever else, and you generate then all these numbers. There's the total number of trades, long, average winner, loss, average loser, scratch, percent winners, percent losers, expectancy, risk reward, R value, consecutive winners, losers, and everything else about it. That then, in my opinion, gives me a vetted trade that I can feel relatively comfortable about. And having said that, the first one that I had done extensively is the IBs, which we just looked at, and it turned out in the last month and a half generating more consecutive losers than it was supposed to by backtesting, and this is, I feel, extensive backtesting. So you can't make any changes in a system until it violates the system, right? So as long as you're within the parameters, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, that sort of thing, win rate, you can't make any changes. When that went outside the win rate, or the consecutive stops, that I pulled it off or stopped trading it live, and tried to figure out why. Was it me? Was it some change I had made? Was it the market? Did the edge go away for whatever reason? That is how I think you need to approach this. And I might also throw out there that this system that I'm talking about is the exact business model of a casino. That's why a lot of times you'll hear in the trading world or YouTube or wherever, be the house. That's what it's about. A casino doesn't play any game that they have not predefined to have an edge. Then when they put that game on the casino floor, their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can, i.e. produce as many occurrences of that strategy as they can, and lean on the law of large numbers to manifest the edge, whatever that percentage is, to their bank account. Simple. If your edge is you're going to get 55%, 5%, say 55% of the time. Well, then, that's insignificant. If you take 5 occurrences, you take 10,000 occurrences or 1,000 occurrences or 100 occurrences in our case with trading, that's meaningful. So that's how I approach the backtesting story. And I'll try to make what I'm going to do, rather than go through this every time, every day, unless there's something new that comes up that I've discovered. Like I'm also working on these over here, these new ideas. I'm going to make a video as best, as nice a video as I can. I'm not, a production guy and, like He-Man or anybody like that. But then I can just put a link in the description, and anybody that's interested in backtesting can review it whenever they want and ask questions, or I'm happy to help, or suggest a setup, and I'll be happy to try to code it up as best I can, as quickly as I can, and backtest it together. Hey, that'd be super. I'd appreciate that a lot. So there we go. And now we'll do the market on close recap at the bottom of the hour, and then we have the market on close at 14:50, and Captain Marvel is going to be on the microphone in another 7 or 6 minutes. So Jesus, the day's a wrap. What can I tell you? It will be pretty fun, or not funny, but fun to watch market close out and see if we achieve that 1.6% probability. That's pretty slim. But we've done it several times, or at least twice in recent memory. Within the last 4 months, or 3 months, we've done that, and we'll see if we do it today. Remember that at 1500, when I close the stream, that there's still an hour left of the cash mark. That's the cash close. There's still an hour left. But we'll see what happens. It'll be pretty interesting. And who knows, he may say some random thing at 2:30 that just blows the market one way or another. Who knows? I'm sure that's what happened right over here, actually. Was looking at the time, that's when he started talking. The last time. So let's see what happens. It'll be interesting. Now, just on that note, I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500 every day. And this is, what happens. It's live and direct. I'm not standing here talking the whole time. I go, for a walk. Today I had the school run for an hour, and, but the stream is up. And the purpose for that is my commitment to take no trades ever off the stream. And so that way, everything is captured. Any trade that should be entered would be captured on Bookmap and fully accountable, fully transparent. And the reason the stream is so long, that's exactly why the stream is so long. And that happened quite by accident. When I first started, I thought, okay, 2 hours is probably enough, or say the RTH1 period, which is, if you take 450 hours and minutes in a trading day, RTH session divided by 3, you get RTH 1, 2, 3. So I figured I'd just do RTH 1. And I went and did something or whatever, I don't remember, and came back and there was a trade setting up, and I thought, oh crap. But I have a commitment not to take any trade off the stream. So I realized there immediately, well, the stream has got to be going, because I can't get a new stream started and, all of that stuff in the amount of time in advance of putting a trade on that I just came in and noticed. That's the last time that happened. And we'll do the recap kinda and go through it here at bottom of the hour. None of this is scripted, but I try to keep kind of the same format and kind of the same, like I try to do the backtesting stuff around 1400 in the bottom of the hour, the recap. And 1450 is dictated by the market on close, imbalance release. obviously the open, and the IB is, around, is always the first 1 hour. So that's how that goes. Kind of, I try to stick to that. And of course, the pre-market is, introduction, and the spiel about, the stream, and then setting up both bookmap and IRT, and reviewing the pre-market and how that stuff works, identifying the statistics for the day and everything. Oh, by the way, I know Anton dropped in to say hi, but on Easter Friday, I streamed from 7:15 till about 8, I guess, or something, an hour, I guess it was, because they did do the non-farm payroll release, and it is a jaw-droppingly ridiculous number, I think, and everybody seems to agree with that. But they did do the release at 7:30 on Friday, Good Friday, and there's a stream for that if you care at all. All right, so there's the bottom of the hour. The hour of power. Or the wait and see, or the who the hell knows. All right, so here we go. Here's Blue Boy. As you may or may not know, this is just a real expensive proprietary indicator that, if you email me, I'll sell you real expensive. It's a vertical line. And I slap that on the first print of every session. You'll see that there was the overnight, and here's today. And I do that as a visual cue for me. When I glance left, if I see Blue Boy here, and I know that the current market, this is the active data column, is here, I know that I have the full session in view. So there's no question, should be no question in my mind that I should be aware of context, because I don't want there to be. So that's the reason for that. I used to flag migrating VPOCs over here, and I realized that when I started that, I did that like this, as a matter of fact. I'll show you. Still in there. There's the first one. But I realized, and it would look like that, but I wasn't clever enough in the beginning to put a number beside them, a sequence number, right? So it'd just be a bunch of these up and down the statistics column, and what the hell did that mean to anybody? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? I didn't know. So I decided that this would be much more meaningful for me to see what was going on until I anticipated one of my vetted trade setups, and then I can scroll in and, you know, wait for the rules and then enter the trade. And I don't take any trades which I have not vetted. So that's another reason I'm able to do this, because it's not like I'm, you know, scrutinizing price action looking for some particular discretionary entry. Hold on a minute. I'm having a conversation, kind of. So anyway, there we are. And similarly over here, well, this is the state of the initial balance trade. So there's the IB high, the IB low, and that's about as textbook of statistical distribution as you're probably ever going to find. Just a little, this spike of kurtosis up here, but really it's amazing to me. So here are this is IRT, of course, and these are this is, I should say, the micro ES. Let me say something about my IRT if you're new here and don't know this. The header of each one of these IRT charts has the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me. Most importantly, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So yesterday's Thursday's RTH was here because I scrubbed Friday's holiday data. It's over here. There you go. And then today's action so far. This is the MNQ, and this is my high time frame MES, which I refer to as my micro composite chart. And this is the market profile, and I do not change the market profile from mini to micro. This is the mini ES. It's essentially the same. I'll leave it alone. I do the same configuration for the minis over here because I trade both. But anyway, now I'm doing micro. So this is the micro composite chart, and it is, as it says in the header, the micro MES. It's a one daily chart. It's computed minutes, but it's a daily chart, daily candlesticks, and it's a daily RTH session. So wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC and high and low volume node and all that stuff. And the high and low volume nodes are reflected here in the most current volume profile, or MCVPOC, and those values push automatically to Bookmap. So when today closes at 1600 in the crossover, I'll expand this volume profile to include today because it overlaps Thursday's price. And Thursday did Wednesday, and Wednesday was a big gap up off of Tuesday, and so there we are. That's how I do it. Whether that's right, whether that's wrong, I don't know, and there's a million different ways to look at that, as there are with gaps, but I do it this way, and I want to be consistent. So that's how it works. That's how I do it. And then over here would be the micro composite column where I enter these manually, and this is the high and low volume nodes that come from Bookmap or from IRT, and these are the session prices which come from IRT. By the way, I pushed these session prices starting at $1,700 on Sunday through $1,600 on Friday, and I provide them free for anybody that wants them. Just drop something in the chat, and happy to hook you up. Oh, good for you. Oh yeah, very definitely. And homeboys, back on the mic. Trump has got another. He's talking again, so be careful. At least you got out for a point. Good for you. Good. That's quick. Good reflexes. Good reflexes. All right, and now let's get on to where we're going to go next. This is similar to what I do every morning in the pre-market, but I have two news sources, investing.com and Financial Juice. Both can be filtered for wherever the hell you are in the world. If you live in Kuala Lumpur and you only want to pay attention to the Nikkei, knock yourself out. It's easily done. This investing.com only looks at typical, good old-fashioned, real economic calendar events. You'll notice that there's no Trump talking or signing this or anything else, whatever, Passover, any of that stuff here. And I'm not saying that those things are meaningless. I'm saying that this is traditional reporting to do with our markets. And if you don't know, notice how the event title changes to a URL. If you don't know what ISM, non-manufacturing prices mean, you can click that and see all about it. Also, they do earnings and, everything. Now, let's look at tomorrow. So here we are tomorrow, and we've got the durable goods, month over month, and ADP change weekly, and core durable goods. And then got some talking feds down here. That is, but what is Norton? Where did Norton come from? I don't have Norton on this computer. What the hell is going on? I don't have Norton on that computer. This thing keeps doing that, and I don't know why. There seems to be something new going on with. I don't have Norton. I don't use Norton. I wouldn't want Norton on my computer. That's the biggest bloated hog I ever saw in my life from years ago. Anyway, here we are back at Financial. There was a big change in the website in investing.com about a month or two ago, and they changed the format, and that kind of crap started happening. So I don't know what to say. I apologize. So here we have Financial Juice. Also, you can filter for wherever you are. Also, it has a calendar. However, one thing that it does do, which is quite good, I believe, I certainly appreciate it, is they pull these kinds of things, which are non-typical revenue events, into this calendar. Now, they haven't been as good at them as they were a month ago, but, better than nothing. For example, 12 o'clock, Trump was speaking. We saw that happen right there. 14:30, which is 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago, he started talking again. Now, of course, participates in a Passover greeting. Doesn't have anything to do with politics or anything, but I think anybody that's not been under a rock for a year knows that whenever there's a microphone and a camera, there's a possibility that something's going to be said. So I really appreciate these kinds of heads up, because as traders today, we are really risk managers. Your mission as a trader, your first fundamental mission, is to preserve your account. The only way you can do that is to manage risk. There's a lot of ways to manage risk, but the first way is to be aware of potential risks, and these are potential risks. Not because it got anything to do with politics or anything else, but there's a possibility, as you see right here at 12 o'clock, when this happened, based on something that was said. So If you were sitting here in a long or whatever, you got hammered. That's a risk. That's a potential risk to your account. So there you go. And over here is the more of a squawk box field or idea. And this is where we're going to see the market on closing balance, which comes out every day at 1450. Okay, I think that pretty much does. Did I forget to do the wrap up? I did. But I got it in there now. I'll just add some time to it. Yeah. So there we are. Top General approved or ran operations for coming 3 weeks. Well, there you go. You see this? That's a ran. Now what's the whiz up to? Well, here's something we're planning for strikes. You see this was at 12 o'clock one. And that wasn't scheduled. This is something from the Wall Street Journal. There are other things going on down here that were not captured up here, right? We don't know what this is all about, or where he was, or what he was talking, who he was talking to. I don't anyway. So there you go. We'll wait for the market on closing balance, and we'll watch over here at 1450, which is not long to wait. And then I'll close the stream at 1500 as usual, but remember that it does continue for another hour until 1600, and then there's a crossover. That's real irritating about that investing.com. That irritates the hell out of me. That's my favorite. I've been using that for a long time, and I'm talking about multiple years, a long time. Why that suddenly does that silly crap with Norton? I don't have Norton on this machine anyplace. Nor do I want it. And if they better not have secretly snuck it in there somewhere. I'm gonna have to do some shooting. By the way, it might be interesting to anyone. The Straits of Hormuz are not closed, despite what you hear from the talking heads here in the States. Petronas just chartered a big super tanker and filled it up with Iraqi oil and crossed through the Straits of Hormuz with no problem at all, and are on the way back to Malaysia. Petronas is the national oil company in Malaysia. I know them well. Many other countries have been transiting the Straits of Hormuz without any problem. The people that were the flag carriers that have been understandably getting crap are American flag carriers, you know, or those that have been helping. I mean, who the hell, if you continually bomb somebody and kill their leaders and their people and their infrastructure, and then say you don't want them to fight back. And it seems a lot like It seems pretty freaking crazy to me, is what it seems like, that anybody would even say that. Naive, shall we say, to make a statement like that. You know, and we're still, yeah, it's, I don't know what to say. I guess that's enough. I suppose everybody understands what's really going on. I'm guessing anyway. And did we do it yet? That's probably it right there, and I'm busy not paying attention. Almost. Minutes. Let's look and see. All right. Well, 30 seconds, I guess, until we see what happened over here. And maybe they'll pop it up through the IB. Well, who knows? You never know. And the closing swing trade could take it over the IB. It's, like I said before, it's not done till it's done, you know? The statistic specifically says between in Central Standard Time 0930 to 1600. That's the number. And there's the market on close and balance. And there we go. We're going to catch that IB. Let's see. But no cigar on the IB yet. Certainly doesn't mean anything, but you know. And here we go for the market on close and balance. We have 741 million buy side. S&P's 559 million buy side for the NAS 100. 161 million on the Dow 30, and Mag 7 is 215 million buy side. Market on close imbalance. There you go. Those are pretty light numbers. We've been in the multiple billions last little while. Not sure if I have those anywhere. I don't think so. Yeah. Well, what a day, huh? At least you've got a trade. You got a point out of it. If if you're trading a 50 lot, you're doing great, man. I'm guessing you're aware of that quote that tweet that Trump sent yesterday. Pretty jaw-dropping. And I'm sure has some impact on this market. That's why I brought that up, because as I've referred a couple of times earlier, I think this market is wait and see, baby. We'll see what happens, because it's not long to wait, according to that tweet. But now I saw that there's some talk about, where was that? Somewhere. Another taco trade or something. So here's this thing at 11 o'clock this morning. Iran deadline won't be moved. But then there was talk about a ceasefire I saw somewhere around here. He's not worried about targeting civilians. Doesn't care. I thought sure as hell somewhere. Oh, maybe it was, no? I don't know where it might have been. It wouldn't have been ground news, I guess. Well, I thought I saw something somewhere. I don't know where the hell it was. Sorry, never mind. Maybe I dreamed it. Where they were considering a ceasefire for, I don't know, some period of time. And it doesn't look like we're going to get that. I'm going to keep, I always keep my machines up. It's only the stream which closes at 1500. My machines are all, of course, on forever. But Bookmap I put down every day at the crossover because of the, each one of I have the recordings, right? The entire session is recorded, so I record each entire session, ETH and RTH. Yeah, I figured you had. Yeah. I'm trying to make believe it doesn't exist. Quite presidential, don't you think? Pretty incredible. The thought always crosses my mind when I see those kind of things and hear the things that are said, and when I don't know how all of these Christian national people who I assume are, believe that they're Christians and follow what I knew was Christianity. I mean, I was raised as a Christian Methodist, when I was a kid. I don't know how they square with all this stuff. I don't understand that. When I was growing up, any of those things, that guy regularly breaks more commandments than I'm pretty sure I can remember, I think. There's just, I really don't understand how those folks square it. I'm sure they do, obviously. I don't know how. Not to mention all the rest of it. I think something somebody tried to explain to me is the big thing with this is that they're looking to him to precipitate Armageddon because they think that they will be whatever you call it, raptured, and that this is what they think. I know that that's part of Hegseth's belief structure in the outfit that he's associated with. I've heard, I've read it, I don't know, some time or somewhere. So who knows if it's true, but I think that's something to do with it, which is just, yeah, that's the first thing I think of when I hear those kinds of things is Jonestown. I'm sure you probably remember that. In Guyana, that's any of our Heaven's Gate or Jonestown, and this is like one of those on steroids, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. I'm sure it's something that psychiatrists will pore over for years. And I don't know that that's the case. I don't know anybody in that camp, even superficially, to talk, let alone well enough to talk to about their beliefs like that. But so it's just all hearsay, and God knows what we all know how goofy the news is now. So. Well, they don't have far to poke it up there now. They got less than 10 handles to jump up there and catch the IB. I don't know how meaningful that could be to anybody at this point in time. Or, I don't think they would have anybody sitting on a bunch of shorts. So basically, the reason that would happen, I guess, at this point in the day would be a squeeze. And looks like they've been banging them out pretty hard. There's buck, 1,700 and change up here, 300, 178. I was thinking that was 1,700. Never mind. 300, these are stops, so I don't think there's probably a lot of fuel up there for a squeeze, maybe. Maybe. So here we go. There we are. There we go. Here we go. 1,500. Bam. Bing, bang, boom. So have a great rest of your day. Get away from the screens. Remember that you're the most critical tool in your trading office. Your eyes, your brain, you take in all that data with your eyes and process it with your brain and make financial decisions for your family. So you need to be sure you're well rested, hydrated, not on emotional tilt. Get up every couple of hours and rest your eyes, look down the street, peek over the neighbor's fence, whatever. And do what you can to stay healthy, keep in shape, do squats, sit-ups, whatever the hell it is you can do. Fortunately, this room is large enough and I have stand-up desks. I can just step back and do body squats or curls or with some dumbbells or whatever while I'm watching the market. I don't have to go anywhere. And I got a pull-up bar in the door, so, it can be done. And it's really important, really important. So have yourself a great evening, and Tone, Yeah, exactly. That's and there have been since time started on every side of the fence. Whatever religion you pick, there have been religious people, and there have been Looney Tunes, Looney Tunes everywhere. Absolutely. And I don't know who's what in this case anymore. But so I will continue to monitor the market here and see if we end up getting that IB out or not. It will not be on the stream though, because I am going to wind it off here. I think 7 hours is enough. And have a great night. I'll see you all first thing in the morning, stream-wise. Antonio, anybody else's name I hope I didn't miss there, but I don't think so. Have a great one. And, keep your powder dry and watch out for the news. If you're trading any of the extended hours of the ETH session, be really careful because something could break. Remember, it's light volume, meaning it's easy to shove around. And if there is a move, there's low liquidity to get out, and it could be dramatic. And he's talking now, I'm sure, still at it, so I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be watching. So have a great one. I appreciate it very much. Like, subscribe, and thanks a lot. Meaningful. Yep. Talk to you tomorrow, Anton. Look forward to it.